went out walking and he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought of his little girl and he beat that bear down. Well,
Testing.
the moral of the story, if there's a
Good morning, everyone. I guess we are going to get started here at 8:30, so if you want to start gathering your things and make your way to the ring. Can we get all the clubs in the ring here for our do the 4-H pledge?
Good morning, everyone. You guys can say it louder than that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're going to keep up our tradition and have our Clover Buds come and help us lead with the pledge. Okay.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Okay, we'll just let everybody get back and get ready and come back in with some cattle. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good to be back again. I think I'm back here for my 24th or 25th year, so really good to be back. I'll introduce our judge. Our judge today is Mr. John Hoberg. John was born and raised in Landsberg, Saskatchewan. He grew up in the seed stock industry. His whole life being fourth generation farmer, being involved in the Hereford and Black Angus breeds. He and his parents own and operate Bar H Land and Cattle Company. They have an annual bull sale each spring, selling bulls to seed stock and commercial producers, and market their program by existing livestock at major shows across Canada and U.S. John attended Butler Community College in El Dorado, Kansas, USA, where he obtained an associate degree in animal science and where he was a member of the livestock judging. The team was recognized at national championships and the team of the year for 2020 and 2021 judging season. John went to and attended Oklahoma State University in Silverwater, Oklahoma, U.S., and where he received his bachelor degree in animal science with the business option. While going to school in the United States, John worked for some of the top show cattle operations through the country as well. Since graduation, John returned home and to his family operation, where he has judged multiple major shows across Canada, including Canadian Western Exhibition, the Toronto Royal, and Manitoba X. Okay, our first class into the ring is class 39 of finished steers. Steers in the weight range from 854 to 1085, sorry. Just like to introduce our two people out in the ring here helping out today. They're going to be making lots of miles chasing these calves around. Logan Stockberger and Alicia Spatic. So thank you for the moment here.
Closer to you than you thought, until you thought too much and let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about everything. I don't wanna lose you, baby. Don't you know, girl, what you mean to me? Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart, it'll burn like the sun, and you'll see me. If I don't have love, then what will I be? If I'm not your love, then what will I be? If I don't have love, then what will I be? Oh, and if I'm not your love, I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about everything what we found. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time. I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman.
Well, good morning, everybody. Really happy to be back here for the second day of the regional, and we're just going to go ahead and dive right into this lightweight class of market steers. We're going to welcome these two up front back in no particular order. Pair of steers that kind of surface to the top in this contemporary group just on handability alone. You get your hands on top of these things, they're fresh, they're square, they're expressive down their back, and they carry that width all the way through to their loin. They're probably the best in terms of optimal finish in this class, and that's not that wasn't necessarily a strong suit. I think that's something we need to work on down the line once we go third place down. But two steers that kind of have the upper hand and advantage in that regard, just in terms of market animal functions and just overall muscle and shape and expression. So we're excited to welcome those two back. they can go ahead and exit the ring now. Third place steer is one that kind of came in. He was sound and flexible, just it needs to be amped up in terms of his shape and overall muscle pattern in this particular class. He was adequate in terms of his handling ability up high, right in behind his shoulders. I love how cracked open he is down low at the ground in that base width to be able to facilitate a little more shape right in behind his shoulder and through his forerib. Really smooth and blends nice in terms of his lines, but like I mentioned, need to amp him up just an overall muscle shape down and through that lower quarter and stifle, but a really soft product oriented, mellower finish kind of a calf. Young lady that's going to come next in 4, one of the lighter weight steers in this particular group, one that can get around the ring and flex real easy off either end of its skeleton. Could probably give that one just a shot more frame, gets a bit too moderate and quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, but really nice calf for that young lady there. Next up with the young man with the red steer is one that comes in and he's balanced and he's functional and useful in terms of his skeleton and his type and his kind. But one we just need to amp up in terms of his optimal finish. I'd like to see him be a bit more consistent in terms of his coverage all the way back to his 12th and his 13th rib. I think if we pick that one up in terms of his hip design as well, that would really help him as he kind of just ducks underneath and his pins ever so slightly when he gets set to motion, but a nice, useful and practical kind of a calf. Next up for the young man is one of the bigger frame, larger outline kind of a steers. Love the length of body, love the length of spine in that thing. He's got some stoutness at the ground in terms of his foot and his ankle. Just need to have him match that width and power up high. He just kind of gets a bit too bland once you get your hands on him, and I'd like to just amp him up and give him a crisper and firmer edge over the backside of his shoulder and carry that all the way back into his loin edge and all the way to his pin set. But nice, big, stretchy, framey calf for that young man. Young lady that's going to come next kind of mirrors that steer in front of her. Really long and stretchy, lots of frame. Love the added extension from the shoulders forward, and he gives a good look of quality from the side. Just need to amp him up in terms of muscle and just pure market fundamentals as well. But really nice calf that can get around and motor in the ring, no problem. Then we get to a trio of steers to round out this class, and they got some practicality and usefulness to the industry without a doubt, and they have some quality to them when you study them, when you step off the cattle. Just need to amp those ones up in terms of muscle, shape, and definition to be able to move these things up the line today. But let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, we have our placings for the first class, class 39. In first place, in no particular order, we have entry 728, Ethan Hagenes from Tisdale. And entry 209, Alicia Spratt from Beatty. Third spot, we have Evra Pennell from Beatty. Fourth spot, just a sec here, I'm looking. Oh, there we go. Fourth spot, we have entry 518, Wyatt LaFave from Moose Range. Fifth spot, we have Caleb Hares from Moose Range. Sixth, we should have Aubrey Roosevelt from Moose Range. Seventh, Alicia Chermacheski from Meskinethelton. Eighth spot, Walker William Carlson from Beatty. Ninth spot, Gunnar Reed Carlson from Beatty. And that should round them out. Okay, our next class. Our second split, we should have steers in the weight range of 1090 to 1170.
one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young.
Just a note here, Paige Warner is here again taking pictures. If anybody would like, she has a website. People can purchase photos after the show is over. So if you want to take advantage of that, please go ahead. Something else too, just to mention, this show here is the largest in Saskatchewan. We have 134 members, 238 head from 7 clubs, so you can pat yourself in the back for that.
Like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight.
Another really interesting class here at Market Steers in the ring right now, and there's lots of differences that you can talk about all the way up and down through this lineup. We're going to go ahead and have these two steers come back. I feel like they just check the most boxes for me out here today, just in terms of muscle and finish, market fundamentals, and added that they got some structure that I can kind of get behind. They use their feet and legs well. Their skeletal design is more than adequate, and for me in this particular contemporary group, they probably do the least amount of wrong in my mind. So we're going to go ahead and welcome back those two steers. They have a ton of quality, good muscle, good shape. They check a lot of boxes. Young man that's going to come here, I think he was supposed to be switched around. He might have been fourth. The young lady was third. Young lady that was in third, really big back. Love the width that steer carries down his top line. Wide pinned. He facilitates a lot of shape right in behind his shoulder. And he's probably one of the stouter legged calves in this particular class. Really like that foot shape and size at the ground. The way he uses it could be a little more flexible off either end. I think we can make some tweaks in terms of his skeleton, but that's getting nitpicky when you're picking market steers. His structure kind of just falls down the line a touch when you're in your market selection priorities. But is he the deepest bodied one out here? No, he's not. But he slides into third in this class just on handling ability and expression up high alone. His loin edge is so wide and so fresh. We could maybe amp him up in terms of his overall finish. He's not the most consistent in that regard, but still a really high quality calf for that young lady. Young man that's going to come next in 4 is more of a product oriented kind of a steer, really mellow in terms of his finish. Does he reach the 12th and 13th rib in terms of coverage? No, he doesn't, but from there forward he does, and he's got some softness and some shape right in through his forerib, right in behind his shoulder. We could make some skeletal tweaks in terms of that calf. We could pick him up in terms of his hip, maybe give him a shot more length there as well, and maybe amp him up just in pure muscle and just freshness up high once you get your hands on him. But a really solid, balanced, and practical steer for that young man. Young lady that's going to come next is kind of the sounder one in this particular class in terms of his feet and legs and how he gets out and moves. He's flexible off either ends of his skeleton, reaches out of that front end pretty adequate for me. I think we need to just soften him up through his center body, right in through that mid rib all the way back to his rear rib and his flank, amp him up in terms of his muscle and his shape, and then we can think about moving him up the line. But really solid and practical calf for that young lady. Next up, we got a solid black calf that's a bigger outline, stretchier kind of steer, soft through that center body. Probably has the upper hand in that regard, just in terms of lower body shape. When comparing him to the calf in front of him, he just needs to be amped up in terms of his muscle and ability, and just be a bit more fresher up high once you get your hands on him. And I was a little disappointed in terms of his loin edge. I expected him to handle fresher and wider. I think if we amp him up in that regard, as he just gets a little bit out-horsed in this particular class in that area, then we're going to round out the class with a trio of steers that are both bigger framed, longer outline kind of steers that got some stoutness and some quality to them without a doubt. Just muscle and ability and finish and overall shape throughout needs to be worked on with these three. But really, really nice class of market steers. Let's go ahead and give those kids a round of applause. Thank you.
We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
Okay, thank you very much, John. The two top placing steers in no particular order. Entry 416, Alex Kernaligan, Mescott Ethelton. And entry 122, Drew Kuntz from Bar West. Second spot, we should have J.C. Spratt from Beatty. Third spot, Briar Penhill from Beatty. Fourth spot, Annika Penhill from Beatty. Fifth, we should have Emma Aarons from Three Lakes. Sixth, Gavin Aarons from Three Lakes. Seventh, Leighton Harris from Moose Range. Eighth spot, Wyatt Prosberg from Bar West. And I guess that rounds it out. Thank you very much. And next we should have our third split. Steers in the weight range from 1175 to 1210.
broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us for we're done. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 23 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young. Open arms, falling hard, can't keep up with this pace for long. I know I'll still want you when you're gone. And beyond.
Really high quality top 4 or 5 steers in this particular class. We're going to go ahead and go welcome these two young ladies back in class, or for the championship drive, excuse me. Young lady with the painted black and white steer is one that just really caught my eye as soon as he came into the ring, and he kind of hit me hard in comparison to some of these other contemporaries. He's flashy, he's attractive, he's got some show ring appeal to him as far as we've seen today. Really like how soft-bodied he is. He throws a well-balanced look of quality from the side, and he's sound enough for me, I think, just in terms of the way that he gets out and motors across this ring and uses his feet and his legs. You get your hands on him, he handles really well right in behind that shoulder and carries that width all the way back into his loin edge. He could be a bit more expressive and fresher in terms of the way he handles in his loin, but he's got enough width there, and he's adequate enough in that regard. We could stouten him up in terms of his pin set ever so slightly, but that's a stout-legged, flexible one that uses his hip and his hind leg in an appropriate manner. Really like that calf. We're excited to see him come back. Young lady that comes next probably has the disadvantage in terms of skeletal build and quality. Just gets a touch coarser and kind of blown apart, but that's going to come with the territory, with the amount of width and just power that calf has once you get on top of him and study him from his pins all the way down his top. He is the widest back, biggest rear-ended calf that we've seen to this point, and I can really appreciate that and get behind that. Extremely stout-legged down low at the ground. We could maybe soften him up in terms of his forerib and his rear rib just to be able to have him blend and be a touch smoother in terms of his lines, but that is one that is extremely wide. He's big back, like I mentioned, handles really fresh and crisp right in behind his shoulder and carries that all the way back into his loin edge, and that's probably where he has the upper hand over that calf in front of him. But two really high quality market steers that are going to come back and represent this particular class. Young man that's going to come third is no slouch either. I mean, that calf is a good looking option. Really like how that neck sits on the top side of his shoulder and really has that added extension and stretch from there forward. Really smooth in terms of his lines. Really like how he gets around the ring and moves. He's sound, he's flexible, he reads well enough in terms of his angles for me, and he really proportions well from the side. Just need to amp him up in terms of stoutness throughout, up high and down low at the ground. Yes, he does have a really fresh and wide loin, but he needs to match that width right in behind his shoulder. He just gets a touch blander once you get your hands on him. His optimal finish is adequate in my mind. He could be a little more consistent all the way back to his 12th and his 13th, but a really, really nice, attractive, and good-looking calf from the side that can get around and move quite well. Really nice third-place steer there, young man. Young man that's going to come forth with this Charlet steer is another one that his handling ability is nice. He's got some expression and some width that carries down and through his top, and he is expressive once you get your hands on him to the touch. Just maybe one that I would like to see be a bit more consistent in terms of his finish, and I thought he would be when I was looking at the cattle and studying him off to the side, and that kind of disappointed me once I got my hands on him. I just wish he was a little more consistent in that area, but he's just a really practical, kind of a hard to put a hole in, just market steer. I mean, he's kind of a meat and potatoes calf. He's mellow about the center portion of his body. He just gets around and moves in this ring and uses his feet and legs in an adequate manner. Doesn't really do anything to really hurt himself. It's just little splitting hair things that slides him down into fourth, but a really, really nice market steer for that young man. Next one that's going to come next is more of a mellower calf in terms of his condition. Really soft-bodied. Love the swoop to that center rib cage that calf has. He could be a touch bolder in terms of his upper rib cage and a little more expressive and fresher than the way he handles his upper rib and right in behind his shoulder. I wish for as soft bellied as he is that he was a little softer in terms of his forerib and his rear rib and flank. That kind of throws his proportions off a touch and kind of throws his balance off ever so slightly. But that's one that has some stoutness down low at the ground for sure. Like the way that he gets around and tracks. He doesn't really do anything to hurt himself in that regard when he's on the move. But one that we could maybe just tweak in terms of his market fundamentals. I'd like to amp him up in terms of his muscle shape and just his muscle pattern so that he'd be able to cover both sides of the grid, because he is one of the better finished calves in this class. Really, really mellow. Love the consistency in that one in that regard. Young man that's going to come next with this Charlet influence steer is one of the bigger outline, taller frame kind of a calves who really shoots his neck out of the top side of his shoulder, gives you a nice look of quality and balance from the side. You can see that in him right there. We just need to amp him up in terms of his body shape, give him a bit more softness right in through the way he transitions from his chest in through his sternum to his midrib all the way back to his rear rib and flank. I think if we soften him up right in through there and amp him up in terms of his muscle shape and just his expression down and through his top and right in behind his shoulder, then we'll be off and running with that guy, because I do really like the look that he throws at you. I like the way he uses his feet and his legs, and he's got a really, really sound-made skeleton assembly. But like I said, just need to amp him up in those marketability areas, and he'll be off and running. Next up for the young ladies is black steer calf, one that stands really square at the ground. All four legs point in one direction. I really appreciate that. We could amp that one up just in terms of his muscle shape and his width from his pins and carry that all the way down through his top line. I'd like to see him facilitate a touch more shape right in behind his shoulder and his forerib there. But the way that he balances from the side, he reads smooth in terms of his forerib and his sternum, but it's when you get on top of him, he just kind of tapers down his top ever so slightly and gets a little blander once you get your hands on him. But a really nice calf, square made, stout made at the ground. Young man that's going to come next with the red steer is one that's stretchy. He's got some length of spine. I just like to soften him up through his center body, give him a shot more aesthetics and makeup in terms of attractiveness and just overall eye appeal. But one that's got some shape and some pop down through that lower quarter and a stifle. Just needs to be a bit more finished today and needs some more time on feed to be able to have that consistency of finish like the steers in front of him. Young man that's going to come next with this blue roan calf is one that's stretchy. He's got some added extension and some look. Love the length of spine in that calf. Just need to amp him up in terms of his finish and his muscle to be able to slide up the line here today. Young lady that's going to round us out in this class is much like that steer in front of her, one that's stretchy. He's got some frame, big outline, long-bodied kind of a steer who doesn't lack in stoutness at the ground in terms of his feet and his legs. It's up high where he lacks. Need to amp him up in terms of his shape and his muscle definition, as well as give him a shot more optimal finish to be able to slide up. But really, really high-quality class. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, in our third split of steers, in no particular order, our two top placing steers are entry 719, Adrian Byman, Tisdale, and entry 509, Chloe Cranch from Moose Range. Second spot, we should have Retlin F. from Meskin-Ethelton. Third spot, Tyson Thompson from Tisdale. Fourth spot, Wyatt Thompson, Tisdale. Fifth spot, we should have fifth spot, Garrison Burrill from Tisdale. Sixth spot, Brooklyn Aarons from Tree Lakes. Seventh spot, Jackson Qualley, Tisdale. Eighth spot, Liam Harris from Moose Range, and 9th spot, we should have Haley Spray from Tisdale. Thank you very much. Throughout the day, if I muddle up your name or misspell or mispronounce your name, I can keep mispronouncing it, or you can come and correct me. Please do. Just something for you to know. There are selling tickets again for the charity steer. This year, the steer charity goes to the Hope on the Prairies in Melfort here. We're very worthwhile function. It's a mental health place. People that will need something like that. There is a place in Melfort here, and that charity goes there. If you're wanting tickets, I believe there's tickets over by the Beatty Barn. Beatty members this year are have the charity steer. I think the charity steer was raised by who was it raised by here? The charity steer by the Spratt family. Okay, so thanks. Hats off to the Spratt family for doing that. Looks like we got a steer on the loose here. He's going on a little bit of a run. I'd like to thank the boys from DLMS for broadcasting the show again today. Thank you very much, boys. And to Steffens Auctioneers for the sound truck, and Norheim Equipment for the use of the scale. And okay, thank you very much, people.
Let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding it in since the clock came Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. Breeze walking through the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up around the shops and it's away we go. makes you over and over.
Well, people used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Grab that light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Way out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. It's always that they tell. Oh, the mighty Father went down and wish him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. Oh, the mighty Father went down and draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city.
Another really interesting high quality class of market steers in the ring here, and where structure and skeletal design maybe aren't the strong suit, market fund abilities and just handling abilities alone kind of bring these two steers up to the top. Young lady with the black calf in front, kind of giving her a tough time, but when she did get him stopped and stuck, he was the closest thing to really blending kind of show ring appeal and flashiness and attractiveness with all those market fundamentals in terms of muscle and just overall finish throughout, and he checked those boxes for me in this contemporary group. Really soft middled kind of a calf, love that swoop to his center body. He's got some width up high, he handles fresh and kind of has some width from his pin set and carries that all the way down his top line right in behind his shoulders. He gets around and is flexible enough for me on the move, I think, out here today. Just a nice blend of balance and completeness in terms of market and just overall function. Young lady that's going to come next here with the Speckle Park calf that'll join that black one in the championship drive is one that's just a really solid meat and potatoes kind of a calf when you're looking at him just in terms of muscle and shape, definition, body shape, and optimal finish. It's all there. Is he the flashiest, most attractive thing in the world to look at? No, he's not, but that's okay. These things are market steers. They don't need to be the flashiest things out there, but he does have a little bit of added extension. Just need to clean him up in terms of that front end, maybe smoothing him up in terms of that shoulder. Gets a touch open at the point of it. We could maybe stouten him up down low at the ground in terms of his feet and legs to match all that power that he has up high, just to bring that proportionality back into him. But like I mentioned, really, really solid meat and potatoes kind of a calf. Young lady that's going to come next in third. Longer that calf stood out here, the more he grew on me. I mean, he just kind of, it's hard to put a hole in him. He doesn't really hurt himself in any regard. He just gets out-horsed in terms of muscle and finish in comparison to these two in front of him. He's adequate in those areas. He has enough width and enough muscle definition once you study him down and through that lower quarter in his stifle. Love how square and how wide he's cracked open in terms of his chest floor when you study him from the front view. One that we could soften up in terms of that center body when talking about him comparatively speaking to these two in front. But one that's really just solid in terms of being a market steer out here in this class. That's a nice third place steer. Young lady that's going to come next with the Charlet influence calf is one that's really big outline, stretchy, long bodied, and sound. Just a little disappointed when I got my hands on him, because when you're stepping off of the cattle and study him, it looks like as though he's going to read really fresh and really expressive and have a ton of definition once you get your hands on him, on and through his top line right in behind his shoulder. But he was a little disappointing in that regard. Just like to amp him up and freshen him up in terms of that edge right in behind his shoulder and in his loin edge, pick him up in his pin set just to bring that flow and smoothness in terms of his top line balance and stouting him up down low at the ground. But one that's really stretchy, really long, and big framed, has some look to him from the shoulders forward, and he can get out of his front end really, really good. Young lady that's going to come next with this red baldy blaze face kind of a calf is one that really impressed me once I got my hands on him right in behind his shoulder. He really facilitates a lot of shape from there, and he carries that width all the way back and through his loin edge into his pin set and hips. But one that is just when he gets set out to motion, I would like to pick him up in terms of his pin set. When you study him off to the side, he just gets a touch rounder in terms of his hip design. I think if we pick that up and loosen him in terms of his hind leg and his hock in particular, then he'd be able to get around and motor through this ring no problem. He just gets a touch shorter stride. I'd like to see him use that hind leg with a little more flexibility and pliability when set to motion. Young man that's going to be next with this red calf is one that's really mellow finished. Love how soft-bodied he is. He's so consistent in terms of his optimal finish all the way back to that 12th and that 13th rib. He just needs to be amped up in terms of his muscle and shape and muscling abilities. He just gets kind of out-horsed in that regard, and I think if we do that, then he'll be able to cover both sides of the grid when it comes kill day for that calf. But a really, really nice one that's just really practical and useful in terms of his type and his kind. Love that calf's finishing ability. Young lady that's going to come next here with this black steer is one that has some length of body, square hip. Love how level he stays in terms of his top line when he's on the standstill. One we can just amp up in terms of his rib cage, in terms of outward curvature. He just gets a little blander and a little flatter in terms of his shape from the side. One that we could soften up and through that rear rib and flank and give him just some added stoutness and power throughout. But a really solid calf for that young lady. Next up for the young man, we got a really big outline, long-bodied, stretchy kind of a steer that shoots that neck out of the top side of his shoulder. Really love that added extension there. He's so smooth in terms of his joint work as well. Love how that shoulder's laid into him. He's relaxed in terms of the angle of that knee. Love the posture and that hind leg when he's on the standstill. Just need to amp him up in terms of his muscle and shape and ability, and just give him a shot more body right in through the center portion of that skeleton. But a really big outline, long-bodied kind of a calf. Young lady that's going to come next is one that has some width down low at the ground in terms of base width. Just need to be able to have a little more finish for being that heavy of a calf. I was a little bit disappointed in terms of his optimal finish and consistency all the way back to his 12th and his 13th rib. And then I think there's some skeletal tweaks that we can make on him as well in terms of balance and just proportions, but a really, really nice calf that's got some width down low at the ground. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out our class is one that's a bigger outline, bigger frame kind of a steer, has some added extension. Love the length of spine in that one. He's really sound and flexible off either end, just kind of gets out horsed in this contemporary group in terms of muscle and finish, but I think if we change that, she'll be off and running. Really, really nice calf for the young lady. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In our fourth split of steers, in no particular order, our top placing steers goes to Kaylee Halverson from Tisdale and Robin Spratt from Beatty. Second spot, Grace Kuntz, Bar West. Third spot, Kaylee Chermacheski from Meskin-Ethelston. Fourth spot, Grace Galen, Three Lakes. Fifth spot, Sam Kernaligan, Meskin-Ethelston. Sixth, Renette Prosberg from Bar West. Seventh spot, Wide Godet from Tisdale. And eighth, Rebecca Spray from Tisdale. And ninth spot, Katerina Chermacheski from Meskin-Ethelston. Okay, that rounds out our Class 4. Next on to Class 5. We should have steers in the weight range from 1265 to 1280. This class here should have our charity steer in it. Entry 210, Miss Spratt. So you can have a good look at him when he comes in. Don't forget to get your tickets. You can't win if you don't get a ticket.
me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers rich. Take away my trembling fingers, I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah.
Well, people used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Grab that light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Way out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. It's always that they tell. Oh, the mighty Father went down and wish him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's vibe. Oh, the mighty Father went down to draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Supernatural is a feeling, it can save you in the night. somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline. Ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time on a sunny day. Maybe I was ready for this, maybe I was bought, maybe I had given up, given all I got. So now when he came to me, poured another shot. I was thirsty, ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, ain't got to drink
Really nice class of market steers in the ring here as we're kind of moving up in terms of weight and size and maturity patterns, and we're going to go ahead and bring these two silver Charlet influence steers back for the grand drive. Young lady up front in the ball cap has a really just complete steer that's out here in when comparing them back over these other contemporaries. Gives you a really nice well-balanced look of quality from the side. Really checks a lot of boxes in terms of muscle and finish and handling ability, and has some width and some power and stoutness throughout. One I was a little questionable when I
You're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way, wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days. We are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
One that I was a little questionable on just in terms of his optimal finish and consistency over his ribs in terms of his fat coverage, but once I got my hands on him, he really surprised me. He's quite consistent, and he is more than adequate in that regard. Just a really nice calf that blends it all together into a nice package, and we're excited to have him come back here later in the day. Young man that's going to come next out with that one in front kind of mirrors that calf just in terms of type and kind and handleability. Really firm and solid to the touch, right in behind his shoulder, facilitates a lot of shape from there back. Love how expressive and wide he is in terms of his loin edge. Like his hind leg posture and his hip assembly when he's on the standstill. He could be a touch looser made in terms of his skeleton when he's set to motion, but we're not going to crucify him over that out here today. We could give him a shot more center skeleton or center body through the center portion of that skeleton, more specifically his mid rib back into his rear rib and his flank, but one that's got some pop and muscle shape to that quarter and stifle, one that's got some extension and refinement and attractiveness from the shoulders forward. Another really nice calf there that's going to come back out and represent this class. Young lady that's going to come next with her red calf is one that's really boxy and compact in terms of his body type and his kind. One that's really mellow in terms of his finish. Love the softness through the center portion of that body on that steer. Love his shape and pop to his lower quarter and his stifle. I think we can amp that one up just in terms of frame and just overall aesthetics. Maybe give him a shot more length out of his shoulder just in terms of his neck. Pick that neck set up onto the top side of his shoulder. And like I said, give him a shot more genuine attractiveness and aesthetics. Pick him up in terms of his hip. Just some slight skeletal design tweaks, and that calf could be off and running for sure. Young lady that's going to come next is much like our calf in front of her. One that's really mellow in terms of his finish, really consistent in terms of his optimal coverage, in terms of his fat coverage over his ribs, really square made. And when you're talking about his hip design, love how level topped he maintains himself on the standstill. Really like the stoutness that calf has down low at the ground and his feet and legs. Just need to amp that one up in terms of muscle shape down through his quarter and his stifle. Like to see a bit more definition and a bit more pop. He just gets a touch bland in that regard, but one that's got some boldness to his rib cage and some width that carries down and through that top line. Young man that's going to come next is one that handles really hard and firm to the touch. Just like to see a bit more width. He does have enough. He's adequate, but I think he just gets out-horsed by the ones in front of him. And then from therefore forward, we'd like to add some stoutness down low at the ground as well. Square him up in terms of his hip and his hind leg when you're in behind the cattle. Just pull that hock back into him as he has a tendency just to pull it in ever so slightly. And then give him a shot more just look and attractiveness and center body to be able to run with these ones in front. But really, really solid calf that's firm and lean to the touch up high. Young man that's going to come next with his red steer. One that's stretchy, has some length of body. Love the length of rib in that calf. He's got the length of spine to go with it as well. When the young man gets his calf parked and gets that head up, he does give you a look of attractiveness from the side. Just need to amp that one up in terms of his genuine muscle shape right in behind his shoulder and in terms of his loin edge as well. He just gets a touch too bland and stale once you get your hands on him. Like to just amp him up there, like I said. Give him a bit more crisp, firm handle when you get your hands on him. Soften him up in terms of his rear rib and flank. Pick him up in that chest floor to bring that proportionality back into him when you're studying the cattle off to the side. But one that's really consistent in terms of his optimal coverage and his fat coverage once you get your hands on his ribs. Really, really nice calf there. Young lady that's going to come next with the black steer is one that gives you a look of quality from the side when you're studying him from the shoulders forward. Love how that neck sits on the top side of that shoulder blade, laid in there smooth. Love the angle and the lines in terms of his joint work when you're studying him off to the side. Just needs a bit more everywhere. Just needs some more muscle. He needs some more finish. Just give him a shot more center body, and I think that calf will be off and running, moving up in the lineup here today. But really, really solid calf. Gives you a nice look from the side. Young man that's going to come next with this red steer is a bigger frame, stretchier kind of a steer. Love the length of spine. Love the extra rib length that calf has. Just need to see a bit more through the center portion of his skeleton. Soften him up in terms of that center body. Give him a bit more depth and a bit more volume and capacity. Amp him up in terms of his handling quality. But that calf does have some shape and pop down through that lower quarter and his stifle. But like I said, just need to see a bit more genuine definition and just expressiveness throughout. Young man that's going to come next with the steer, black and white baldy steer, is really long bodied, long neck, gives you an attractive look from the side, from the shoulders forward. Love how sleek made that calf is in terms of his joint work, really smooth in terms of his lines. Just need to give him a shot more muscle and a shot more shape throughout. Give that calf a little more upper rib cage, give him a bit more expressiveness up high, stouten him up in terms of his pin set as well as down low at the ground, and then we'll be off and running with him. But really, really nice calf there for that young man. Next up, we're going to have a steer that really appears to be square made and has a ton of genuine width down his top, but once you get your hands on him, he just kind of disappoints you in that regard. Gets a touch too bland and a touch too stale in terms of his expressiveness up high and behind his shoulder, and he carries that back into his loin edge. I think if we freshen him up and just really give him a shot more genuine muscle, that'll really help that calf out. But one that's got some product and one that's really practical and useful in terms of his skeleton and his type and kind. Really nice calf for that young man. Then we're going to round out the class with this Hereford steer for the young boy. One that's really product oriented. He's mellow in terms of his finish. I just like to see a bit more genuine center body and just depth and volume. He just gets a touch too shallow for me out here today, and I'd like to amp him up just in terms of his muscle shape up high, right in behind his shoulder, all the way back and through his loin and through his pin set, down and through his lower quarter and stifle, and maybe just make some tweaks in terms of aesthetics and attractiveness to have him work up the line in this particular class. But really, really nice calf for the young man. Let's go ahead and give that group of exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, in our fifth split of steers, in no particular order, our two top placing steers. Entry 210, Caitlin Spratt from Beatty, that is our charity steer. And entry 205, Fisher Leclerc from Beatty. Second spot goes to Parker Schmier, Maskin-Ethelton. Third spot, Brindley Bernauer from Bar West. Fourth spot, Kyle Spratt from Beatty. Fifth spot goes to Lincoln Seminoff from Moose Range. Sixth spot goes to Celeste Fleury, Tisdale. Seventh spot, Bryden Schmier, Maskin-Ethelton. Eighth spot goes to Titus Wesley Labossiere from Beatty. And ninth spot goes to Reuben Skinner from Bar West. 10th spot to Liam Cannelligan from Maskin-Ethelton. Next is our sixth split. In our sixth split, we should have steers in the weight range from 1285 to 1310. Just to let everyone know, today for dinner, we're only stopping for half an hour, so you better make some arrangements for lunch or whatnot, because you only have a half an hour.
Another really solid class of market steers. Once again, we're moving up in terms of scale and size and weight, and we're going to go ahead and land on these two red calves to come back into the Grand Drive. Young man up front with the ball cap, really solid calf, just really balanced and complete. Checks a lot of market fundamental boxes. Once you get your hands on him, he's expressive and shapely down his top line, really wide in terms of his pin width, and he carries that width throughout. One that's really soft-bodied. Love the rib shape and the center body that he brings to the table. Blend all that with an attractive, balanced look from the side. He probably gives you the best look in the class just in terms of quality up and down the lineup, and add that with his soundness. He can get around and move in this ring, no problem. So really nice calf that we're going to bring back into the Grand Drive. And then the young lady that's next in behind him is one that kind of mirrors him, and just in terms of type and kind and quality. With some slight differences, but I think in terms of his back shape and just his expressiveness and muscle pattern, and blend that with his finish, he's really where he needs to be in terms of market fundamentals and this scale and size. I'm quite impressed with the way that he handled once I got my hands on him. Could make a few tweaks and changes just in terms of his skeletal assembly, but we're definitely not going to crucify him for that. We're excited to bring these two back into the drive. Young man that's going to come next here in 3, one that's really got some length of spine and length of body. He's square made, he's big backed, he's got some expressiveness down his top line. Love the pop and the shape he's got to his lower quarter and his stifle. Just need to soften him up through the center portion of his skeleton. Like to see him be a bit deeper right in through that fore rib all the way to his mid rib, back to his rear rib and his flank. I think if we give him that added body shape from the side, we can definitely talk about working him up into this top pair of steers. But one that's got some muscle and he's got some finish, that's more than appropriate for the weight that he's standing here in this ring here today. Young lady that's going to come next, really just a product-oriented kind of a steer. Love this boldness of center body, depth and volume and capacity this steer has. And you'd think a steer that has that much overwhelming center body, he'd be a bit laborsome in terms of his structure and his mobility, but he's holding up adequately. He could get out of his front end just a touch better, but I think that comes with the territory when you got that much product and that many pounds in a steer like that. We could argue that we could lean him up just a touch to give him more true, genuine muscle shape, because I question whether that's white meat or red meat in terms of his muscle shape and pattern that we're seeing on the outside. But one that's definitely shapely. He's got some width. We could stouten him up down low at the ground, but I think, like I said, if we lean him up just a smidge and see what kind of genuine shape that calf has, then we could talk about moving him up. But really nice calf that's overwhelming through the center portion of his skeleton. Young man that's going to come next with this red steer, really just a solid, practical, and useful kind of a calf in terms of his type and his kind. Love his rib shape. He has that boldness through his upper rib, and he carries that all the way through. Just need to soften him up through that rear rib and his flank, give him a shot more depth, give him some more aesthetics, and really free him up off either end of his skeleton to be able to move him up in the lineup here today. But really nice calf there for the young man. Young man that's going to come next with the black steer, one that's got some length of body. He's got some shape to his lower rib cage. Love the width that he has in terms of his pin set, and he carries that down his top line. I think he could facilitate just a touch more softness and expressiveness right in behind his shoulder and his forerib, and we can give him a shot more center body. Add that with a little more added look and aesthetics. Pick that head up just a smidge in terms of his neck attachment, but really solid calf there for that young man. Next up, the young man that's going to be right in beside him with another black steer is one that's just really balanced and basic in terms of his uniformity and proportionality. One that I think needs to be amped up just in terms of his expressiveness and his handle. He just gets a touch too bland once you get your hands on him. Maybe just a touch stale up high right in behind his shoulders. Like to pick him up in terms of his hip design. He just has a tendency to round out there ever so slightly, and then he kind of gets underneath himself when he's set to motion. And I think we could square him up when you're standing in behind him, just from his hip to his hock to his pastern, kind of just bring those hocks back into him, and then we'll see him track just a little bit smoother and a little freer back inside of his skeletal track. But one that's really solid and, like I said, just practical and useful in terms of his type and his kind. Next up for the young man, one that's really stretchy and long-bodied. Love the length of spine and the extra rib that he's got in terms of his length. He's got some stoutness down low at the ground. Just need to see him match that stoutness up high in terms of his top line when you study him down when you're in behind the cattle. We could amp him up just in terms of his shape right in behind his shoulder, right in through the center portion of his skeleton, and then carry that in through his pin set and square him up in terms of his hip design when you're stepping off to the side of the cattle. But really, really lengthy, big outline, framey kind of a steer that's going to definitely push the scale down for that young man come sale time this evening. Young lady that's going to come next, one that's really balanced and just gives you a well-balanced look from the side. Love how he's so smooth in terms of his lines. He's level in terms of his top. He's got some added extension. I think we could freshen him up over the top side of that neck, pick him up in terms of his chest floor and put it back into him, drop him in terms of his rear rib and flank, and just bring that look of proportionality and balance back into him down and through his lower body line. But one that, like I said, really level through his top line. Love the added extension. I think for as heavy as he was, being the heaviest steer in the class, I'd like to see him be a touch more consistent in terms of his coverage and his optimal finish back into his 12th and his 13th rib. He just seems to be lacking in that regard for being as heavy as he is in this particular class, but really, really solid calf that's definitely pushing the scale down for that young lady. Young man that's going to round us out, one that's bigger outline, has some length of body. Love the length of spine in that calf. He's stout enough down low at the ground in terms of his feet and his legs. Just like to see him match that stoutness up high. Give him a shot more muscle throughout his entire skeleton. Give him some more center body and kind of bring that balance back into him. But really, really solid calf to round out a competitive class. Let's give those kids a big, big round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, in our sixth split, in no particular order, our two top placing steers are Walker Williams from Bar West and Amber Spray from Tisdale. In second spot, Hayden Qualley, Tisdale. Third spot, we should have Calla Bernhauer from Bar West. Fourth spot, Colt Shemanoff from Moose Range. Fifth spot, Wyatt Cooper, Beatty. Sixth spot, River Penhill from Beatty. Seventh, Oren Hagenes from Tisdale. Eighth spot, we should have Annalise Lamoureux from Beatty. Ninth spot, Landon Burrell from Tisdale. That rounds them out. Okay, next we should have our seventh split. Our seventh split should be steers in the weight range from 1315 to 1355. Don't forget to check out your the back of your programs is the list of sponsors. I won't name them all off, but thank you to all these people that sponsored. Without these people, just the show just wouldn't be the same. So thank you very much to all the sponsors. Two other people I'd like to thank is our show coordinators, Carla Borsa and Carissa Hordos. These two people do a tremendous job in keeping this show organized and going from year to year, and it sure shows that it's paying off, because this show is now the biggest show in Saskatchewan. So these girls have been doing a tremendous job. Thank you very much, girls.
Really nice class of market steers in the ring here once again, and we're going to go ahead and welcome these two back in for the grand drive. I feel like both of them are kind of the combination steers in this particular class. The young lady up front, her black calf, is probably the most eye-appealing and the most attractive packaged animal in this contemporary group. Really like how that neck shoots out the top side of that shoulder. It's laid in there smoothly and nice relaxed angle to that knee. And from there forward back transitions into really deep center bodied, soft through that center rib cage. Just gives you a nice silhouette from the side. And with that, that steer's adequate in terms of his muscle and his finish. He's got enough for me. I think he just brings it into the most attractive package in this class, and that's why he's going to be welcome back. Young man with the Hereford calf that's right in behind that black steer. One that's just really solid, and it's kind of hard to put a hole in him. He doesn't blow you away in any regard, and just in terms of aesthetics and attractiveness, but he checks all the boxes in terms of market fundamentals. He's big backed. He's got some width in terms of his pin set. He's finished. He's smooth in terms of his lines, and like I mentioned, you could maybe change a few things aesthetically in terms of his makeup and the silhouette that he throws you when you're comparing him back over this calf in front, but nonetheless, really, really solid market steer, and we're excited to have those two come back. This young man that's standing here in 3 has probably got the most shapely and bold-centered calf in the entire class. Really expressive down his top line, has ample amount of muscle and shape and definition and volume. Just gets a touch too quick in terms of his maturity pattern. I definitely want to loosen him up off either ends of his skeleton. He just gets a bit too upright and straight off either end. I think if we relax the angle of that shoulder, and then we can see him get out of that front end just a touch freer and with more comfort. And then if we give him just a touch more pliability and flexibility out of that hip and that hind leg, he can handle all that volume and all that mass and capacity in a way sounder package. And then, like I mentioned, give him a shot more frame. He just gets a bit too quick today, but really, really heavy muscled calf that's standing there in 3. Young lady that's coming next in 4 is kind of mirrors our third place animal just in terms of shape and boldness and expressiveness. Just need to make some skeletal tweaks in that guy. Stretch him out in terms of his rib cage, give him a shot more length and through his hooks to his pins, give him a shot more size as well in regards to frame. I'd like to maybe see him be a bit more consistent all the way back to his 12th and his 13th, and that's kind of the deceiving thing about the calf is when you're standing off the cattle and you're studying him, you think he would be. I'd just like to see him be a bit more consistent in that regard, but really, really solid, widely constructed, made kind of a steer for that young lady. Shorthorn calf that's going to come next is one that's bigger framed, taller fronted in terms of the way that neck is attached to the top side of that shoulder blade, really level in terms of his top line, which he probably has the upper hand in terms of hip design and build over the two calves in front. And once you get your hands on him, he's really firm and lean and expressive right in behind his shoulders, but he just has a tendency to taper down that top line once you handle his loin edge and then you study him in terms of his pin set. Just like to crack him open there when you're standing right directly behind him, just to be so that much more consistent in terms of the width that calf has down his top line. But one that's got some length of body, has some rib shape, and like I mentioned, really fresh and lean and expressive in terms of shape right in behind that shoulder. Young man that's going to come next with this Hereford pattern calf is just a really kind of like a practical and useful kind of a steer in terms of his feet and his legs and just his body type. Need to make some tweaks in terms of his aesthetics and his genuine makeup and amp that one up in terms of his muscle and his finish, and then we can see him working up the line for sure. Young man that's going to come next with this black steer is one that's just really gives you kind of a balanced look from the side. He's proportioned well enough. He's adequate in that regard. We could clean him up in terms of that front end, pick him up in that neck attachment, clean him up down and through that throat latch, and pick him up in his chest floor, give him a shot more muscle, and just really freshen up his hand ability, and then he'll be moving up that line as well. But that's what's going to get him beat today. Young lady with the Charlet steer that's coming next, extremely sound and flexible at the ground. He just gets too flat and too narrow in terms of the way he's constructed throughout his skeleton. I do love that added extension and the way that neck sits on top side of his shoulder. He has that upper hand in that regard in comparison to the calf in front, but like I mentioned, just give him a shot more muscle, shot more shape, and a shot more stoutness, and he'll be sliding up too as well. Young man that's going to come next here with this solid black calf is one that has some length of body. He's a tall, framey kind of a steer, but with all that frame and height, I'd like to have him just be a shot more deep through that center body, more specifically that rear rib and his flank. Maybe soften him up in terms of his sternum as well, just to bring that lower body balance back into him. Pick him up in terms of his hip. He has a tendency to round out there ever so slightly, and amp him up in terms of muscle and shape throughout. Young exhibitor that's coming next is one that is widely constructed. Love how he's cracked open at the base of his skeleton, carries that width throughout. Just need to amp him up high, and specifically in terms of his shape and his expressiveness. Give him a shot more optimal finish so he's more consistent over his rib cage. Give him a little more depth of body, and he'll be moving up the line for sure. But like I mentioned, one that's widely constructed and heavy structured. Really, really nice class. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. In the 7 split, in no particular order, our 2 top placing steers are entry 702, Chance Aries, Tisdale, and entry 708, Jocelyn Johnson, Tisdale. In 2nd spot, Kyle Wilton, Meskin-Ethelston. 3rd spot, entry 407, Teslin Kiner, Meskin-Ethelston. In 4th spot, we have Vanessa Charco from Moose Range. In 5th spot, we have Carson Pitzel from Three Lakes. 6th spot, Kaylee Hagenes from Tisdale. In 7th spot, Desiree Dufo from Tisdale. 8th spot, we should have Dawson Bedinsky from Beatty. 9th spot goes to Ashton Carroll from Bar West. Next in class, we should have our 8 split steers in the weight range from 1360 to 1375. Again, don't forget to get your tickets tonight for the charity raffle. I think there's still tickets available by the Beatty Barn, so go and check that out. Just to mention again, we are breaking for dinner at around noon, and we'll be only breaking for half an hour.
Yes, I got her riding on that shotgun side with that take me to the sunrise look inside her eyes. Now we're flying. Yeah, we're flying. We got 10 miles of open road, blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow, we're good to go. There's some baggage sitting in the trunk I see in the rear view mirror looking back at me. No, I don't hide it, 'cause she's dancing, singing out to every song, and she's always got all of the lyrics wrong, but she don't mind it. No, she's still shining. We got 10 miles of open road, blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow, we're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. I'm not looking for a shortcut, even when it gets rough. Lean on in and give me a kiss. We got 10 miles of open road, blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We got 10 miles of open road, blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow, we're good to go. So much that we don't know. Yeah, there's so much we can't control. But we got both windows down and wide open ground. Ain't gonna take it slow, we're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. Tell me, pretty lady, now if you don't give, did you ever really think, did you ever really feel that this was something we both showed?
Another solid class of steers in the ring here, and we're going to go ahead and welcome these two up front back in for the grand drive. Young man with the silver white-faced calf, one that really hit me hard in terms of first impressions, just on look and presence alone. I mean, he's about as cool as the underside of your pillow when you're looking at all these calves out here in the ring. He just shoots that neck out the top side of his shoulder. He's got that look and confidence and arrogance about him. He brings it in a well-balanced and complete package from the side, and he's he's got enough muscle and he's adequate in terms of his finish. He just kind of checks all those boxes. He doesn't blow you away in those market fundamentals by any means in comparison to some of these other calves, but he's got enough for me, and I think he has too much quality to look past in this particular group. Really nice calf that's going to come back. Young lady in behind him with the red Hereford pattern kind of a steer is one that's just a solid meat and potatoes kind of calf. He doesn't have the look or pizzazz that are the steer in front has, but he does have those market fundamentals that we're looking for just in terms of shape and expression, muscling ability, handling ability, and his optimal finish is definitely in check in that regard, and he brings it to you in a balanced package as well. He's a bit freer and easier on the move once he's set to motion in comparison to our Hereford steer in third, and that's what kind of beat that pair there that brought this young lady up into coming back into class, in comparison to our third place Hereford steer. That's where I kind of got stuck up on him. I'd like to free him up just off either end of his skeleton, get him just moving with a bit more comfort and knees at the ground, and also soften him up just in terms of his center body. I feel like he's just a touch shallower in his rear rib and flank and transitioning into his mid rib all the way up into his fore rib and sternum, but one that definitely handles firm and fresh to the touch. He's crisp in terms of his edges. Love the loin edge in that calf. Really facilitates some shape right in behind his shoulder, and he gives you a nice balanced smooth look from the side in terms of his top line balance, which I can really appreciate. Just a really solid steer calf there in 3. Young man in 4, he's got the heaviest steer in the class, and it definitely shows, and I was impressed with the way his handability was in terms of his finish across his ribs. Really consistent all the way back to his 12th and his 13th. Just need to amp up that shape up high once you get your hands on him. Freshen him up in terms of his edges, see him facilitate a touch more shape right in behind his shoulders. We could pick him up in terms of his hip design just to be able to smoothen that out when you're studying the cattle off to the side, and give him a shot more look and attractiveness when you're studying him off to the side in terms of his silhouette and his profile, but one that's really well finished. Really appreciate that about that calf. Young man that's going to come next, more of a boxier and compact kind of a steer. Like to stretch him out in terms of his length of body and his length of spine. Pick him up in terms of his hip design. He has a tendency just to round out there ever so slightly, but one that's really proud about himself and holds his head high, has a presence about him. We could give him a shot more length just to be living in an ideal world, but I don't think that's nothing to crucify him over. He gives you a nice look from the side. Love the center body that calf has. He proportions well enough as well when you're studying the cattle off to the back. Really just nice and smooth in terms of his lines and his joint work. Really solid calf for that young man. Next up, we're going to have this Charlet silver kind of a steer. One that has enough and is adequate in terms of stoutness down low at the ground. I think we could crack him open throughout his entire skeleton just to give him a bit more width throughout, but one that's soft enough centered. He handles really well in terms of his composition. One we just need to amp up in terms of true genuine muscle shape and body shape throughout. I think if we soften that calf up through the center portion of his body, give him a shot more length in terms of his hip from hooks to pins, then we'll be off and running with that calf. Really solid. Young lady that's going to come next, one that's overwhelming in terms of boldness of rib cage down low and center body swoop and just softness through the center portion of that skeleton. Love the width that calf carries from pin set all the way down and throughout when you're studying him down his top. Just skeletal assembly needs to be tweaked on that calf. Square him up in his front end, see him get out freer and easier, maybe relax the angle of that shoulder and just bring it back into him when he's set to motion, but really solid calf for the young lady. Next up, we're going to have the young lady with a bigger outline, longer bodied kind of a steer. That's consistent in terms of his fat coverage over his rib cage. Just need to amp him up in terms of pure muscle and shape and just pure muscle and shape and overall definition throughout. One that stands square when you're standing behind him, and he's square up front as well when she gets those front two set properly on him. Really nice calf there for the young lady. Young man that's going to come next is a bigger frame steer that definitely has some base width when you're studying him from the front. Just need to have him match that width up high to be able to compete with these steers in front of him. We could give him a shot more finish as well in center body, and then he'll be off and running for sure. Young lady that's going to round out the class is a steer that has some length of body, has some length of spine, just needs to have some more size and frame as well as overall muscle and shape. We can give him a shot more genuine makeup and aesthetics and attractiveness to be able to run with these steers in front, but really good class again. So let's go ahead and show some appreciation. Thank you.
Okay, in our 8 split of steers, in no particular order, our 2 top placing steers are entry 101, Alice Skinner from Bar West. Entry 406, Cannon Kiner, Meskin-Ethelston. In second spot, we have Kenzie Harris, Tisdale. Third spot, we have Kale Charco from Moose Range. Fourth spot, Atticus Lee from Beatty. In our fifth spot, we have Tanner Carroll from Bar West. Sixth spot, Sarah Skinner from Bar West. Seventh spot, Jean Kernaligan, Meskin-Ethelston. Eighth spot, we should have Maverick Badinsky from Beatty. And in ninth spot, Charlie Griffith from Kelvington. Our next class should be our ninth split. We should have steers in the weight range from 1380 to 1405.
Another solid class of steers out here. You kind of got to break down some differences a touch more because there isn't necessarily one that just perfects structure or mobility in the ring, but that's where we're going to shift our priorities and our focus just a touch different. The young lady that's going to go ahead and be representing this class alongside the one behind her, solid black calf, is one that's just really balanced and complete on the standstill, one that gives you a solid look from the side, has a ton of width through that top line when you study him from behind, carries it from his pin set through his loin all the way back in behind his shoulder, really shapely right in behind his shoulder and specifically his forerib up high. Love the proportionality that calf brings to the table when you're studying him off to the side. We could free him up off either end of his skeleton, relax him in the angle of his shoulder, see him get out and reach with a little more confidence and a little more pride out of that front end, but just a really solid steer on the standstill. Young lady right in behind, same deal as our calf that's in front of her. Just gives you a really well-balanced look of quality from the side. Love the front end assembly on that one, just in terms of neck set and refinement and attractiveness up front. Really proud fronted at that as well. Really smooth in terms of his lines, clean in terms of his joint work. He does get out a touch freer in comparison to that calf in front, but there's still room for improvement there for sure. More specifically out of that one's front end. Once again, we could relax the angle of that shoulder blade, see him get out just a touch freer on the go, but really, really solid calf that proportions well from the side, gives you a good look, and is adequate in terms of muscling and finish. Young man that's going to come next here in 3 is one that's really lengthy, has some length of body, love the length of spine in that calf. He maintains levelness. He probably gets out of his front end a touch better than these two in front of him, actually, and I can really appreciate that about him. He's got some stoutness down low at the ground. I think we just need to crack him open through his entire skeleton, starting at the base of his skeleton and matching that up high right in behind his shoulders. Really adequate in every other regard. Just a solid calf there in 3. Young man that's going to come next in 4 with this baldy panda-faced calf. One has some rib shape. He has enough depth of body, can appreciate the amount of turn he has to his lower quarter and his stifle. He probably has the upper hand in terms of base width throughout his entire skeleton over the calf in 3, but we just need to amp that one up in terms of genuine muscle and expression up high. That's where I feel like he's lacking here today, and maybe give him a shot more attractiveness than aesthetics from the shoulders forward, but a really solid calf for that young man. Next up, we're going to have the solid black calf here in 5. One that's framier. He's tall in terms of his stature. He's got some length of body. I just like to see him match that down low in terms of his depth of body, just to bring that proportionalism back into him. And I think we'll be off and running with him. We could soften him up right in behind his forerib as well. See him facilitate just a touch more shape right in there when you're studying him over the top side of his skeleton. One that has enough turn to his lower quarter and stifle. Just a solid functional calf there in 5. In 6, we got the young lady with this blaze face steer, one that's really product oriented. I can appreciate how consistent that one is in terms of his finish and his fat coverage from the first rib all the way back to his 12th and his 13th. Just like to see him be able to cover both sides of the grid and amp him up in terms of his muscle shape and his definition, just to be more genuine in that regard. But really solid product oriented calf for that young lady. Next up, we're going to have this yellow kind of cream colored steer for the young gal. One that's just really long body, big in terms of his stature, really smooth and easy on the move for the most part in terms of his flexibility. We could change some angles and tweak some things in that regard on the standstill, but I think he uses his feet and his legs in an appropriate manner when talking about those tweaks and changes in terms of his skeleton. One we just need to amp up and give him a shot more muscle and just a shot more genuine shape and center body throughout, but a really solid calf for that young lady. Next up, we're going to have this Brockle face steer that's just spinning around here. One that can get out and reach his stride no problem. He is probably one of the sounder calves in this class in that regard, the way that he uses his feet and his legs off either end, but we just need to give that calf a shot more muscle throughout, shot more shape and genuine definition. Maybe pick him up in terms of his hip design. He gets a touch rounder in that regard, and he likes to duck underneath himself when on the move. I think if we pick his pin set up, just adjust the posture to that hind leg, more specifically his hock, then we'll be off and running in that regard on the standstill. But really, really solid, kind of a product-oriented calf there once again. Young man that's going to round out the class with this solid red steer. Really big-legged, big back shape in that calf. Love how stout he is in terms of his pin set. We just need to soften him up through the center portion of his skeleton. He gets a touch shallow in his center rib all the way to his rear rib and flank. I think we need to loosen him up out of his hip and hind leg as well. He just gets a touch too tightly wound there for me when set to motion. I think if we change those things, then we'll be off and running with him. But really, really outstanding class. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Our 2 top placing steers in no particular order. Entry goes to entry 710, Casey Wilson, Tisdale. In next we have entry 510, Mackenzie Temple from Moose Range. Next, 613, Austin LePage, Three Lakes. We have Coulter Cooper from Beatty. In 4th spot, we have Cole Friesen, Moose Range. 5th spot, Grace Borza, Three Lakes. 6th, we have Casey Taylor, Meskin Ethelton. And in 7th spot, Caitlin Pitzel from Three Lakes. In 8th spot, Riley Spratt from Beatty. So that rounds the kids out. Next we have Class 10. Our 10th split, we should have steers in the weight range from 1410 to 1435.
Another nice class of steers out here in the ring, and these are the two that are going to be coming back to represent this group in the Grand Drive. Young lady with the yellow steer up front, just a really solid calf on the standstill. I'm not going to go ahead and tell you that he's absolutely sound when he's out here on the move, and he is for the most part. He could just maybe land a little bit square with a little bit more confidence in that back leg. He has a tendency to roll over on his pasterns ever so slightly, but past that, I mean, he brings probably some of the most quality and blends the most market fundamentals that we're looking for in these market steers into a nice, genuine, attractive, and smooth package in this class. I kind of questioned if he had enough muscle initially when he came into the ring here, but once you get your hands on him and study him down his top line, he definitely does have enough muscle. He's expressive enough. He's adequate in terms of his loin edge. He's fresh enough. He facilitates enough shape right in behind his shoulder. I just really quite like that calf when he's standing still. Young lady with the full blood steer standing right in behind him is one that really excels in terms of athleticism and mobility, and the way that thing uses his skeleton and his feet and his legs is really, really good in this contemporary group. One that's really adequate in terms of his finish and his muscle. I think we can amp him up right in behind his shoulder, give him a shot more width when you're studying him down his top, but he's going to be coming back out of this class just on his athleticism and his mobility alone. Really, really nice calf there. Young man that's going to be in 3, just a solid meat and potatoes kind of a calf, and we've seen a handful of those today. He's got enough muscle and he's got enough shape. He's really good in terms of his optimal finish. Love how consistent he is once you get your hands on his ribs all the way back to that 12th and that 13th rib. I think he'll be yielding very, very well for whoever gets a hold of that calf at the sale tonight. Love the rib shape, love the depth of body. He maybe gets a shot too quick in terms of his maturity pattern. We could give him a bit more frame and size to be able to match the scale that the number that he's putting on the scale. Maybe amp him up in terms of his width when you're studying him down his top. He gets a little tighter in his forerib, but just a really, really solid product-oriented kind of a steer. Young lady that's going to be in 4 kind of mimics our third place animal in terms of type and kind. There's some slight skeletal differences. We could stretch that one out from hooks to pins, pick it up in terms of his pin set, maybe give him a shot more freeness and just more comfort on the move ever so slightly, but one that's got some rib shape. He handles good in terms of finish. Need to amp that one up right in behind his shoulder, give him a shot more muscle and genuine just jam and punch when we're studying the cattle as a whole. But really, really nice calf there for that young lady. Next one here is this red calf standing in next for the young lady in the cowboy hat. One that has a ton of turn and a ton of shape and pop to that lower quarter and that stifle. Probably the most expressive in that regard. Just like to see that much expressiveness and that much muscle shape all the way throughout the calf. When you study him down his top, you get your hands on him. I just wish he had more, just like he does down and through that lower quarter in his stifle. I'd give him a shot more stoutness down low at the ground in terms of his feet and his legs. Love how cracked open he is, and he has the foundation laid to be able to facilitate that much muscle and shape, but he's just lacking there in that regard. But really, really stretchy, long-bodied kind of a steer. Love that three-quarter view from behind on him. Really, really nice. Young lady that's going to come next is a stretchy, heavier kind of a steer. Love how consistent that one is in terms of his handle when you're going over his ribs all the way back to that 12th and that 13th rib. There's some skeletal changes we could make on him just in terms of his front end assembly and his rear end assembly. Square him up at the ground on all 4 corners. Give him some more upper rib shape. Soften him up in that forerib and that sternum. Soften him up through that rear rib and flank, and really bring that lower body balance back into him so he can proportion the way that he should. Young lady that's going to come next probably has the advantage in that regard in lower body balance. Love how that chest floor is tucked up tight in relation to her rear rib and flank. Just probably need to give that one a little more muscle and a little more finish on him. He's lacking in that regard, but one that's really smooth in terms of his lines on the standstill. Really like how smooth jointed he is. We could maybe level him out of his hip, the plane of his hip, but that's getting nitpicky on one that gives you a nice flashy look from the side in terms of his front end. Young lady that's going to come next probably has the stoutest legged steer in the entire class. Just wish he matched that stoutness with some genuine shape and jam up high. He does have an adequate amount of width up high and behind his shoulder and carries it back. It just gets a touch too bland and a touch too stale for me today. I just wish that, like I mentioned, the stoutness down low is overwhelming. I'd like to see that up high. Really, really solid calf for her. Young lady that's going to come next is one that's stretchy, has some frame, length of body, really level in terms of that top line. Love how strong that calf is right in behind his shoulder and the presence that he has from the shoulders forward. Just wish he had the muscle to go along with the finish that he has so he'd be able to cover both sides of the grid. Really, really solid calf for that young lady. Young man that's going to come next here, he's circling around, is one that has some finish. He's a product-oriented type of a steer, really mellow about that center portion of his skeleton. Love the base width in that calf. Just needs to have more genuine shape and muscle. I question whether that's red meat or white meat in that calf. Like to give him a shot more down and through that lower quarter and his stifle. Really, really nice calf there. And then the young man that's going to be rounding out the class. We can go about the same way of the calf that we just talked about. They kind of go hand in hand with each other, but really, really nice class of steers. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our two top placing steers in no particular order goes to entry 512, Mackenzie Thiessen from Moose Range, and entry 203, Kyla Canaligan from Beatty. In second spot, we have Austin Olson from Tisdale. Third spot, Kyla Buckle from Three Lakes. Fourth, we have Adelie Siebold from Kelvington. Fifth spot, we have Amber McDonald from Tisdale. In sixth, Peyton Buckle, Three Lakes. Seventh, Lakin LeClaire from Beatty. Seventh, Anna Wilgosh from Meskin-Ethelston. Ninth spot, Wyatt Friesen, Moose Range. And to round it out, entry 116, Carter Carroll from Bar West. Next, we should have our 11th split of steers. Steers in the weight range from 1445 to 1470.
Really interesting class of steers here in the ring right now, and these are going to be the two that are coming back in no particular order. Young man that's up front here with this yellow blaze face baldy calf is one that just kind of brings it all together in this contemporary group. He's sound enough. He could get out of his front end a touch freer, could lay back the angle of that shoulder ever so slightly, but one on the standstill that really just gives you a good look of quality from the side. And then when you get in behind him, he's got some punch and he's got some muscle. Get your hands on him. He meets those requirements, in my opinion, to be able to come back out here and represent this class. Just a solid calf to go ahead and come back. Young lady that's going to come next, really solid in terms of market fundamentals as well. Really good in terms of her optimal finish. He handles adequately enough. I think he could be amped up a little, just a skosh right in his loin, freshen him up and give him a bit crisper handle in terms of that loin edge, but one that gives you a good enough look of quality from the side. We could clean him up there down and through that throat latch and down in that chest, but one that has some added extension, some length of body. He's one of the sounder moving ones out of his front end in this particular class. Just a really, really nice steer that's going to come back with that one in front. Young man that's coming next in 3, really, really heavy muscled kind of a steer, really open at the base of that skeleton, and at that same token, maybe just a touch too open at the base of that skeleton. I'd like to lay that shoulder back into him, kind of bring him back inside himself when he's tracking out of that front end and square him up from shoulder to knee to ground. Maybe pick him up in terms of that next set in that front end, and then once we reassemble that skeleton, we can talk about moving him up in this class, because he is very heavy muscled and he is very expressive. I just can't get myself past to move past his skeletal assembly up front, but really, really solid calf, heavy muscled, tons of shape. I like that about him a lot. Young man that's going to come next, just a really functional and useful kind of a steer in terms of his type and kind on the standstill. Really uniform. We could maybe just drop him in terms of his rear rib and his flank and pick him up in terms of his skeleton just to bring that lower body balance back into him, but I like the boldness that he has in that lower rib cage. He's square about his pin set. He's got some width down his top. Maybe just gets a touch too bland in terms of his shape up high, but it's still there, no doubt. One we could maybe lay back in the angle of his shoulder, see him just get out and reach with a little more confidence when he's on the prowl, but really, really solid calf for that young man. Young lady that's going to come next with this red blaze face steer is one that has some length of body. He's got some product to him for sure in terms of depth of body and just volume, but in specifically, I'd like to see just a bit better coverage in terms of optimal finish, see him be more consistent, to be extra specific, all the way back to that 12th and 13th rib. I think he could facilitate a touch more shape right in behind his shoulder, in his forerib and down and through his heart, because he does have the foundation there in terms of base width and skeleton width when you're looking right at him, but we could amp him up there and just give him a shot more consistency in terms of his coverage and a touch more look and attractiveness from the shoulders forward than we're off and running with him. Young man with the red steer that's going to come next is one that's bigger outline, longer bodied, taller fronted kind of a steer that has some added extension and look from the shoulders forward. Just need to give him a shot more length from hooks to pins, pick him up in terms of his pin set, amp him up in terms of muscle and finish. But I will say that is probably the soundest made steer in this class in terms of shoulder assembly and front end build. Love how he gets around and prowls with so much confidence and flexibility and just ease out in this ring out of that front end. Really, really like that about him. Young man that's going to come next with the solid black steer is one that's just really practical and useful in terms of his type and kind, one that has some boldness to that lower rib cage. Just would like to see him be a bit deeper in terms of that rear rib and his flank, stouten him up down low at the ground and just crack him open in terms of his skeleton and width throughout on that calf. Give him a shot more muscle, but really, really nice calf, big outline, long bodied, like that about him. Young man that's going to come next, kind of the same type of steer, long bodied, big outline, just needs more throughout, needs more rib shape, more center bodied, more muscle, but he gives you a really attractive look when you're studying the cattle from the side, from the shoulders forward. Love the added extension he has, like I mentioned, long bodied, level spined, like that about him. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class with this red steer is one that's big backed. He has some width and he facilitates a lot of shape right in behind his shoulder and is fresh and really lean and hard to the touch when you get your hands on him. He just needs to be reassembled in terms terms of his front end and his rear end build. Like to relax him in terms of the angle of his shoulder, square him up front, see him get out and prowl with a bit more confidence and comfortability. Pick him up in terms of his pin set and loosen him up in terms of his rear skeleton to really meet his stride and sound him up a good deal. But really, really solid class. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, we have the results for the ninth split of steers. In no particular order, our two top placing steers. Entry 606, Cooper Buckle from Three Lakes and Callie Galen from Three Lakes. Second spot, Parker Bedinsky, Beatty. Third spot, Ty Olson, Tisdale. Fourth spot, Carly McDonald, Tisdale. Fifth spot, Hunter Limhone from Kelvington. Sixth spot, Colton Schmidt, Moose Range. Seventh spot, Carter LePage from Three Lakes. Eighth spot goes to Robin Wilton, Meskin-Ethelton. And that rounds it out. Okay, next up is our 12 split steers, ranging in the weight range of 1480 to 1610. We're now getting into the heavyweights.
Another really solid class of heavyweights out here in the ring. Young man that's going to be coming back. Really just kind of brings a show ring appeal and presence out here with this calf that he's got. Really love that added extension and look of attractiveness and eye appeal. Really transitions back smoothly in terms of how he blends in his lines all the way throughout. Love the balance that he gives you when you step off the cattle and look at him from the side. Soft bodied through the center portion of that skeleton, has enough width and is adequate in terms of his muscle shape and expression and handle. Really good in terms of his consistency of optimal finish. We could maybe just stouten him up down low at the ground naturally, maybe give him a shot more in terms of just overall bone density and bone work at the ground. But all in all, really, really nice calf there that's going to be coming back. Now we're going to come into the slick-haired yellow calf of the young man that's also going to be joining him. One on the standstill that is just really, really good in terms of his lines, his angles, the way he reads, and you get your hands on him. He's probably been the most expressive and most impressive once you get your hands on him in terms of hand ability that we've seen to this point all day. And blend that with his finish and how consistent he is all the way back to his 12th and his 13th. I really like that calf in terms of just pure market fundamentals. We could maybe just loosen him up out of the back end of his skeleton. He's just a touch restricted off that one back leg. He's not meeting his full potential in terms of stride, but we look past that, and that's a really, really nice market steer for that young man. The young man that's coming next with the red steer is one that gives you a nice balanced look of quality from the side. I like how he proportions from his chest to the center portion of his rib all the way to his rear rib and his flank. Everything just flows the way it should. Just need to amp him up in terms of genuine shape and muscle down and through that lower quarter and his stifle, right in behind his shoulder as well. He's adequate in terms of his fat coverage once you get your hands on his ribs. Just a really solid, practical kind of a steer. Young man that's going to be coming next with this black calf here. He's doing an awesome job getting this thing shown. He's doing a bang-up job presenting the calf. Really gives you a nice look of balance quality from the side. Love that added extension and presence that steer does. The kid's doing an awesome job getting his head up and really he pulls it all together, really smooth in terms of his lines. Love how deep-bodied he is. He just need to amp him up in terms of muscle shape right in behind his shoulder and down and through his lower quarter and his stifle. Just gets a touch blander once you get your hands on him in terms of his shape up high, but a really stout-legged animal that can get around and move no problem. That's a really, really nice project for the young man. Young lady that's going to be coming next, really a product-oriented, more mellower finish kind of a calf through the center portion of his skeleton. One that maybe just doesn't blend as smoothly in terms of transition lines. Could pick that one up in terms of his hip set, really square him up through the plane of his hip. He just gets a touch plainer in terms of his muscle pattern. I think if we just amp him up in terms of muscle shape and true definition, then we'll be off and running with him. And that calf that comes next for the young lady here as well kind of goes hand in hand with that steer we just talked about. Really mellow and consistent in terms of his finish. Love how soft-bodied he is through the center portion of his skeleton. He has some width up high when you study him down his top. I just question how genuine that muscle shape is and how genuine that expression is. I think if we give him a shot more true muscle shape throughout and stouten him up down low at the ground, then we'll be off and running with him. But that's a really high-quality, product-oriented steer for her. Young man that's going to be coming next, really stretchy, long-bodied kind of a steer that's got some rib shape. We could amp him up in terms of his lower body shape and specifically give him a shot more depth and volume and dimension down and through that rear rib and flank. Pick him up in terms of that chest floor and drop him in his sternum. Then his lower body balance will come back into him, and then he'll proportion that much better. But he's adequate in terms of stoutness down low at the ground and foot and leg size. He has enough shape up high. Just would like to see him facilitate a little bit more right in behind that shoulder. Pick him up in terms of that neck set and give him a shot more aesthetics, and then we'll be good with him. Young lady that's going to be coming next here is one that's long-bodied, really heavy in terms of weight. I'd just like to see that one be more consistent in terms of coverage when we're talking finish. For a steer that's weighing that much, I feel like he should be able to meet some requirements in that regard. And I think if we give him a shot more attractiveness and just balance overall, then we can talk about moving him up the line. But a really, really solid heavyweight steer for that young lady. Young man that's going to round out our class is one that has some length of body, like the stoutness down low at the ground. Just wish he matched that stoutness and squareness that he has down low up high when we're studying him down his top line. and give him a shot more depth and volume and dimension through the center portion of his skeleton, then we'll be off and running with him. But nonetheless, really, really high quality steer to round out a high quality class. So let's go ahead and put our hands together for those young exhibitors. Thank you.
Okay, in our 12 split, our two top placings in no particular order. First spot goes to entry 709, Colt Herbernach from Tisdale. Next one, we should have entry 202, Dane Nielsen from Beatty. Second spot, Brady Thiessen from Moose Range. Fourth spot, Tyron Sutter from Kelvington. Fifth spot, Morgan Suter, Kelvington rather. Sixth spot, Carter Schmier, Meskin Ethelton. Seventh spot, entry 505, Carissa Schmidt from Moose Range. And rounded out in eighth spot, we should have Bo Friesen from Moose Range. Our next class should be Class 13, our final class. Should have steers in a weight range of 1630 to 1775.
Really nice class with all the heaviest steers in the show out in the ring, and these are the two that are going to be coming back out representing these heavyweights, and I'm quite thoroughly impressed with all from these top three. It was really, there's a ton of trade-offs and splitting hair differences. If you wanted to swap these top three, I'd by all means sit there and tell me your reasons, because you can justify it for sure. But today we're going to land on this young lady, heaviest steer in the entire show, just shy of 1,800 pounds. 1,775 was what he weighed, and for a calf that big with that much volume and capacity, to be able to hold up in terms of his skeleton and his structure, in terms of athleticism and flexibility, and just being able to meet his stride alone at that kind of weight is very impressive in my opinion. Not to mention, you get your hands on him, he's very expressive, and he's got some muscle shape and dimension right in behind his shoulder, really big in terms of his loin edge, really just impressive in terms of how his structure's keeping up. That's the thing that really stood out to me with him. So we're excited to bring him back here into the next class for the championship drive. Then the young lady that's coming next with this yellow gold kind of a steer, one that just really gives you a nice solid look from the side. Probably one of the better handling calves in the entire class, really firm and bold and wide to the touch, right in behind his shoulders, carries that width all the way back into his loin. Loin edge is extremely wide, extremely fresh, and extremely crisp. I really like that about him. He maybe doesn't overwhelm you in terms of turn and shape to his lower quarter and his stifle, but I think he's got enough muscle and shape and just definition down in that area. He gives you a nice look from the side. He moves well enough for me. He's got enough product, and he's more than enough finished for me out here today. I think that's just a really solid calf blended in a nice attractive package. Young lady that's going to be in 3 is another one that's extremely sound on the move. He came in and was maybe being just a touch lazy, but once we got going around in here in this ring, he took all that weight that he's got, and he can hold his own in terms of structure and athleticism as well. Really love how mellow and finished he is through the center portion of his skeleton. Extremely soft-bodied. Love that boldness and dimensional 3D rib cage that he has. We could maybe just amp him up in terms of crispness and hardness once you get your hands on him right in behind that shoulder in terms of dimension and just overall handle. We could maybe give him a shot more expressiveness in terms of his loin edge and stouten him up in terms of his pin set, as well as down low at the ground. He maybe just gets a touch frailer in terms of his feet and his legs in comparison to the two that are in front of him, but a really, really good product-oriented, super soft middle kind of a steer. Young man that's going to be coming next is another one of those steers in this class that is extremely big backed, wide to the touch, really firm handling from his right in behind his shoulder all the way back to his loin edge. One that has some dimension and some turn to his lower rib cage. Just need to make some adjustments in terms of his skeletal assembly. Like to see him get out of that front end just a bit freer and a bit easier. And I understand these are the big boys of the steer show, but I still think if we make some changes just in terms of angles and just overall structure, we can get that steer moving the way that he should be. But really, really heavy muscled, nice expressive steer calf up high for that young man. Next up, we got one that's big outline, long-bodied, really stretchy just in terms of overall length of spine. Really like the foot size and the foot shape that one has in terms of stoutness. I just like to see him match the stoutness that he has down low up high. I think he just gets a touch narrow right in behind his shoulder. He could be a bit more dimensional once you get your hands on him up high as well. Freshen him up through that loin edge, give him a shot more width there, and pick him up in terms of his pin set. He just has a tendency to round out ever so slightly, and then he just kind of pulls his hocks in ever so slightly as well when we're standing right behind him. I think if we make those changes, give him a shot more condition as well in terms of just consistency of fat coverage back to his 12th and his 13th, then we could talk about moving him up the line. But really solid steer for that young man. Next up, we got this black and white calf for this young lady. One that's big outline, big pinned. He carries that width down the center of his top. Just like to have him be a bit more fresher to the touch and more genuinely expressive in terms of his muscle shape and his muscle pattern. Just gets a touch plainer in that regard, especially down and through that lower quarter and that stifle. Then if we could stouten him up in terms of his foot and his ankle, I think we'd be off and running with her too. Next up, we're going to round out the class with this yellow calf of this young man, one that really has some presence about him from the shoulders forward. Love how that neck sits on the top side of that shoulder and just shoots out of it. It's laid in there nice and smooth. He's smooth about his his joint work. He's not too coarse in any regard, just long-bodied, level spine kind of a steer. I'd like to see him just have a touch more depth and volume right in from that sternum all the way back into relation of where his rear ribbon is.
Fifth spot, Kendra Ewan, Kelvington. And sixth spot, Ty Aries from Tisdale. Okay, next we should have 2 from every split come back into the ring for the championship drive. This year, our Grand Champion banner is sponsored by Charlie and Trina Porter, and the Reserve Grand Champion steer is sponsored by Ravenworth Cattle Company.
This night, I guess I'll take you home again. So wrong to fight.
Okay, I'd like to announce all the kids coming back in, starting with the first class. We should have Ethan Hagenes from, sorry about that. Your place of residence isn't beside your name, so that's fine. We'll just announce the names. Then we should have Alicia Spratt. Come on in. Then Alex Canaligan, Drew Kuntz, Adrian Byman, Chloe Cranch. Next we should have Robin Spratt, Kaylee Halverson. Next should have Caitlin Spratt and Fisher J. Leclerc. Next we should have Walker Williams and Amber Sprague. We should have, in the 7th split, we should have Chance Aries and Jocelyn Johnson. Okay, open the gate. Okay, the 8th split, we should have Cannon Kiner and Alice Skinner. The 9th split, we should have Casey Wilson and Mackenzie Temple. Okay, in our 10th split, we should have Mackenzie Thiessen and Kyla Canaligan. Our 11th split, we should have Cooper Buckle and Kaylee Galen. Our 12 split, we should have Cole Turbernick and Dane Nielsen. And to round it out, we should have Dawson McLean and Claire Taylor.
Okay, while we have everyone's captivated attention here, while we get this final drive set up today, we're going to do a very important presentation here for the McConaughey Award. And for those of you that don't know, this is an annual award here that we have at the show. It's to recognize an individual who's had a long-standing amount of volunteer time devoted to our show. This award acknowledges volunteer spirit and the values we have seen people put forward to the 4-H program and contribute to the long-standing success and growth of our show. And I think we can all see the growth here, as we can be very proud to have the biggest beef show here this year in the province of Saskatchewan for a 4-H regional. Something we can all be really proud of. In 2026 here this year, we're recognizing Mr. Gary Birding, someone who is no stranger to the 4-H program and our show here in Melfort. I'd now like to turn the mic over to Mr. Scott Galen to present this award.
Once Gary became a proud father of 4 children, he immediately wanted to have them enjoy the same experiences and learning that he did in 4-H program. Enrolling his oldest son Braxton into the Cloverbud program I gotta get up. No, I don't. Sorry about that. Gary has been involved in the 4-H program for the majority of his life, from a member to a leader. His 4-H career started as a member of the Humboldt 4-H Club, where he was in a beef project. After the Humboldt Club was dissolved, Gary moved to the Bar West Club, where he was a member for many years under the guidance of Richard Mullenbeck. This friendship that developed between Gary and Richard remains today. Gary married Donna, and along with a wife came a farming career. This enabled him to begin working on his dream of operating a purebred Angus breeding program. In 2005, Ravenworth cattle became the reality, and the Angus herd was realized. In 2009, a purebred Speckle Park herd was added to Ravenworth, and in 2012, the Ravenworth crew began showing cattle at the Saskatoon Fall Fair. From there, the family gained much experience as their showing expanded into the Lloydminster Stockade Roundup, Edmonton Fall Fair, Manitoba X, Agribition, and some summer shows. In 2022, the family celebrated a great accomplishment of having their Speckle Park cow-calf pair selected as the grand champion Speckle Park female in both Edmonton and the Agribition, and going on to be selected as the champion of the world female Speckle Park, and proceeding to be in the top 8 of all breeds in the World Championship competition. Another goal of the crew at Ravenworth was to have his own bull sale, and this was also achieved in 2021 with their sale partners Colligan Cattle and Eldom Cattle joining them in 2025. Gary is proud of the contributions of his family members in growing the Ravenworth cattle operation, and now selling live cattle across Canada, the US, Mexico, and selling frozen genetics in Australia, New Zealand, and Argentina. Once Gary became a proud father of 4 children, he immediately wanted them to have enjoy the same experiences and learning as he did in the 4-H program, enrolling his oldest son Braxton into the Cloverbud program, at the same time becoming a leader in the 4-H Beef Club. After Delbert Kirsch retired from being the general leader, Gary took the reins and led the club for many years, while all of his children, Braxton, Grayson, Riker, and Huxley, were involved in the program. As part of his duties as general leader, Gary was also a member of the Melfort Regional Show Committee. After a few years, Gary became the chairman of the committee and held the position for many years. During his time on the committee, Gary worked towards executing a smooth event for all the members and families. As a previous 4-H member, Gary always understood the excitement and anticipation that the members have for the regional 4-H show and the accumulation of the year. As the Melfort Regional Show is a very long time running event, Gary was always appreciative of the past leaders who established the show and many of the traditions that the show had and he could build upon. During Gary's time on the committee, the scholarship program was introduced for the members to be able to participate and be judge selected events and criteria. Each year, multiple scholarships were awarded to the top placing members. As with all outdoor shows, the risk of the weather was always a concern. Many times over the years, a small shower would pass through, but the show must go on. One year comes to mind when there was an absolute ripper pulled over Melfort and stopped the show. With water, wind, and hail, the show was paused. After rushing out of the ring, while being waiting under cover, the committee gathered quickly and made plans to move the sale indoors. Fast action and a quick plan made the sale possible indoors, and Gary often thinks about how being a part of 4-H means the leaders, members, and families all pull together to do what is needed to be done. Being a part of the local 4-H club, the Melfort Committee was a source of enjoyment for Gary, with being able to work and visit with other cattlemen and women while mentoring younger cattle enthusiasts. Over time, Gary gained even more knowledge and experience in the cattle industry and was proud and pleased to share his knowledge with other 4-H members. Gary focused much of his teachings on cattle structure, cattle selection, and feeding and showing. One of the highlights of the 4-H program for Gary was the lifetime friendships that he developed. Throughout the years of working in and around cattle, Gary has always taken the time to meet new people, help the young people interested in the cattle, and offer advice where he could. As previous 4-H member, it was important for Gary to give back to the program that gave so much to him. Currently, Gary is a proud grandfather of 5 beautiful grandchildren, and the family continues to grow as Gary is always close by to show his support and help. And with that, we'll give Gary his award.
Thanks, everybody. It's truly an honor to be accepted for this award. I can't believe the amount of kids and the cattle at the show. This is unbelievable to see, and hopefully one day we get some grandkids up here and give you guys a little competition. All right, with that, you guys better get at it. Thanks a lot.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together one more time for the Ravenworth crew, and quite an accomplishment there. I think that is very well deserved. And then let's continue on the appreciation for all of these steer exhibitors and young 4-H members. It has been outstanding. Like Gary mentioned, the amount of numbers for kids and cattle. This has just been an unreal the last 2 days being out here with you guys and sharing the last 2 days with everybody. It's been so fun for me. I'm not going to go through and talk these cattle anymore. I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing my voice and describing stuff and giving my opinion. And I'm going to try and not to get on my soapbox here for a second, but I would just like to give out a few thank yous to Carla and everybody else a part of on the committee here. I think we should give them a big round of applause, because without them, then none of this will happen. Next, I think we should give a thanks to the ring help and DLMS and the photographer, all those people that are helping make this show run so smooth. With the amount of cattle and the amount of kids, it can get to be some chaos out here. So let's show our appreciation to those folks that were helping out the last 2 days as well. Last of all, let's give a round of applause to all the parents and the family members, because you kids that are standing out here in the ring, and I know maybe people have heard me say this before, I took that for granted when I was your guys' age. And if I could go back I would definitely go and give my parents the biggest hug and the biggest thank you that I possibly could for being able to allow me to come and do this type of thing. With everything that goes on in the livestock industry and farming and what's going on the farm, it is extremely tough to get away, especially sometimes during the year when the weather's not cooperating and you get behind on stuff, and that's kind of what this year has been like. So let's put a round of applause together for all the parents and the family members here too, and all the support systems. Lastly, I want to leave you guys with one word of advice, something that really speaks strongly to me when I heard it the first time. I'm not going to say who told me it, but somebody that I really look up to and grew up around and really left a large impact on my life. And he kind of reminded me, when you're out here at these shows and, public settings and events, there's always people watching you. It doesn't matter what you're doing, whether it's in the livestock industry or just any pathway you're going down. And he told me, always keep those 3 C's in mind. And the 3 C's were your conduct, your character, and your conversation, because everybody's watching you. And those 3 things are a big reflector on the type of person that you are. And I think if you keep those three C's in check, then you're going to make it a long ways in this world. And that's just one piece of advice I would like to leave with you kids here after an enjoyable weekend. And I touched on it yesterday. I would just like to touch on it one more time while we got so many people standing ringside. Without any of this, and without our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, I don't think we would be able to do the things that we do. And giving my life to Him was one of the greatest, it was the greatest thing that I did do up to this point in my young life. And if you haven't done that, I sure hope and pray that you come to terms with it and you do that at some point. Because whether you like it or not, or whether you know it or not, He is working in your life and He is doing wonderful and great things, setting you up for the future. And all you got to do is just trust in Him and His plan. So with that being said, I kind of have my mind made up of what I want to do in terms of a top 5. So let's put our hands together one last time, and I'll go ahead and get you a champion steer and a reserve, and then the remaining 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Just to mention here, we have our banners, our 5 banners. Our grand champion steer this year, the banner will be sponsored by Townside Enterprises. The reserve grand champion will be sponsored by Ravenworth Cattle Company. That's adequate. Good. And we'll get a representative from Townside and Ravenworth to step forward for the banner presentation. Okay, there we have it, folks. Our grand champion for 2026 goes to entry 202, Dane Nielsen from Beatty. Congratulations, Dane. And our reserve grand champion goes to Miss Kyla Canaligan, entry 203. Congratulations. And that's sponsored by Ravenworth Cattle Company from Middle Lake. Okay, and our home raise goes to Kyla Canaligan from Beatty. Next, Claire Taylor from Meskinethelton. And Cannon Kiner from Meskinethelton. Congratulations. Next, we have the groups of 5 immediately following the championship class here. So you can go back out and get all your calves ready, or you can start getting them ready for the people that are out in the stands. Could we have the champions and reserve over in the far side for pictures, please? Just a correction here. I'll go over them again. Our home raised goes to Kyla Canaligan from Beatty, Colt Herberneck from Tisdale, and Claire Taylor from Meskin-Ethleton. I have my grandson in here with me. I'm gonna turn the reins over to him. He's gonna stay around here. Just wait, don't go anywhere, Cole. Next year you're taking over.
It was a hazy day downtown LA, where I met her on an elevator on its way up to the hotel room of my fiance. But I never made it there, 'cause she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later, wanna hate her but I love her instead. We caught the red eye to Dubai. She was blowing through my dough like it's going out of style. In general, I was a sensible guy, but that guy died when she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later, wanna hate her but I love her instead. Go. Well, I lost my job and all of my money, most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny, and I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm alone, just trying to get it right, picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later, wanna hate her but I love her instead. I wanna hate her but I love her instead.
This night, I guess I'll take you home again.
go ahead and put our hands together for the group of 5 exhibitors, and I'll go ahead and show you the 5 that I like. Thank you.
Okay, there we have it. We have our winners. In first place, we have Beatty. Second spot, Meskin-Ethelton. Third spot, Kelvington. Fourth spot, Three Lakes. And rounding it out into Tisdale, fifth spot. Congratulations, kids. You can go put your calves away, and we'll probably break for dinner. Half an hour.
best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night, got there just before the shining early morning light, when it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. Well, do it, yeah, don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. Someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I fell believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try. Babe, your heart, it wanders, looking for a reason to find yourself with something left you could try. If I placed what I have
want just a little bit of something, baby. And I fell, believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you weren't willing to try.
Counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? And I wanna sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny
Saturday night I need to blow off some steam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding in since the clock ain't Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. Breeze walking through the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up around the shots and it's away we go. Switch up, throw down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Gonna get drunk, get some, have fun. Get into some trouble, baby, like it or not. I'm a Jim Beam, drinking big, drink, singing, la 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 la, dancing machine. Been a hell of a week and I need to blow off some steam. Look at those. Got to blow off some steam for blow up. I got to blow off some steam for blow up. I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. So come on down, man, if you play me none of them slow songs. I need boots, shooting bar, burning hell, raising, get up and go songs. So give me something hot, just give me all you.
Okay, for
Members, we're just about ready to rock and roll here.
Miller's Drive.
Start making your way in.
Well, let's just go down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Gonna get drunk, get some, have fun. Get into some trouble, baby, like it or not. I'm a Jim Beam, drinking big, singing, la 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 la, dance machine. Been a hell of a week and I need to blow off some steam. Got to blow off some steam for blow up. I got to blow off some steam for blow up.
okay, we have our class 42 Angus steers.
I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. It's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
We're looking for one placing. Can we get the Herefords up to the marshalling area? We should try to get all the cabs up to the marshalling area as soon as possible. keep the show rolling so we can have our sales starting at 5.
Really awesome representation of the Angus breed out here in terms of all the influence that goes back on all these steer calves. I think there's 32 of them out here. So if you guys would, let's put our hands together and commend these exhibitors, and I'll go and show you the one that I like. Thank you.
Okay, we have our winner. Winner of the Angus steer goes to entry 303, Kaylin Suter from Kelvington. Congrats, Kaylin. Next up, we should have our Herefords. Class 43 was our Charlet steer. That was an automatic. That went to entry 202, Dane Nielsen from Beatty. Like I said before, Herefords are in next. Come on in, Herefords.
Really awesome representation of the Hereford breed in the ring here, and I'll go ahead and show you the one that I feel like best represents it. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. Thank you.
There we have it, folks. Our winner of the Hereford Steers, entry 101, Alice Skinner from Bar West. Congrats, Alice. Next in the ring, we should have our Shorthorns.
Another awesome showing of another good breed in the Shorthorns, and I'll go ahead and show you the one that I feel is the best one out here. So let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Your name. There's your name. Can you announce it? Vanessa. You say Vanessa Charcoal. Okay. Here we have it. We have a winner in the Shorthorn Steers. Entry 501, Vanessa Charcoal from Moose Range. Next is class 46. 46 is the Semenstall Steer. There was an automatic winner. Goes to entry 203, Kyla Kernaligan from Beatty. On to class 47, we should have our Speckle Parks.
A good showing of the Speckle Park breed here in this trio of steers, and let's put our hands together and I'll show you the one that I like. Thank you.
Okay, we have a winner in the Speckle Parks. Entry 730, Keely Halverson from Tisdale. Next up, we should have our Main Jews.
High quality showing of main steers out in the ring right now, and let's put our hands together for these exhibitors and I'll go ahead and get you a champion. Thank you.
$719,
719,
Adrian Byman.
Adrian.
Byman. My helper's not quite there yet. Ménage steer. Entry 719, Adrian Byman, Tisdale. Next up, we should have the limousine steers. That was an automatic. That goes to Jackson Qualley. Class 50 should be our Gelby steers. That's also an automatic. That goes to Amber Spray from Tisdale. Our next class, class 51, should be our Club Calf steers. We should have 4. Oh no, sorry. We have a winner there too. Entry 709 goes to Colt Hobernick from Tisdale. Next up, class 52. Best pair of home-raised calves. That's 2 calves, 1 family. And there we need 5 placings.
is the sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is the sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is the sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is the sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing.
You can start making your way in, people.
And they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
You said, why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why
This might be one of the coolest classes all day long, and I think we should show these family members a big round of applause and appreciation for bringing out a pair from the same place and the same family. I think that's pretty cool. I'll go ahead and show you a top 5, pick you a champion in reserve, and so on and so forth. So one more time, let's put our hands together, and best of luck to everybody with the sale this evening. It's going to be a great, great evening. Thank you.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, but all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hand. Thought you should know. Ain't no place I'd rather be instead. Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar, looking up the darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me, and I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home, put a flower in your hand. Thought you should know, ain't no place I'd rather be instead. No.
Okay, there we have it, folks. We've got our best dressed, our best home race pair. Our best home race pair this year goes, number 1 goes to Teslin Kiner from Meskin-Ethelston. Number 2 goes to 709, Colt Herbernick from Tisdale. In third spot, we have entry 718, Kenzie Harris from Tisdale. In fourth spot, we have Kyla Canaligan from Beatty. And in fifth spot, we have entry 304, Kendra Ewan. Okay, next thing we have to do here, we have the best dressed clubs. So you can go put your calves away and come on back with your best attire on and group up.